Promo. Hello. Hello, hello. Actually, have to share
Yes.
on Discord.
Okay, the webdip is done.
So may link ito. Alam mo, I'm a bit torn. Kasi, di ba, Akdang Pinoy. So I was thinking, what
Mm.
if the reading vlog I'll do in Taglish? Not full Tagalog kasi hindi ko talaga kaya.
Oh, yeah. To do it straight
I'm not
away.
gonna have any substantial comments kapag forced na full Tagalog. So, inisip ko, what if Taglish? Pero for some reason, nung tinry ko mag-film ng isang update, kasi may natapos na akong book, parang
Mm.
hirap na hirap ako. Parang sa lahat ng sinabi
Kahit
ko,
Taglish?
nung nireview ko yung footage, parang 85% English. As in, yung mga Tagalog ko, yung mga mga baka, mga ganun. Yun lang, hindi ko alam kung bakit. Tapos, ewan ko, hindi ko alam kung parang,
Baka
alam mo, parang nasanay
by
ako kasi,
habit lang din.
oo, parang nasanay ako na parang if facing a camera, automatic English, parang ganun. So, inisip ko, noong una medyo nirationalize ko pa, actually, if I'm introducing Filipino literature in a wider audience, parang baka dapat English. Pero hindi ko alam. Parang hindi ko talaga hindi ko, ito-try ko pa rin. Pero, naluloka ako.
Huwag nang pilitin.
I-refilm ko nga yun, ito-try ko ulit. Kung hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam kung ba. I mean, although in usual daily conversation, maraming parts talaga kapag, lalo pag mahaba yung sinasabi ko na English, kasi sanay talaga. Pero, parang hindi ko na-expect na literally, parang, yung mga, like yung thoughts na part ng ng comment ko, lahat English, yung mga connectors lang, ganun lang yung mga Tagalog ko. Why?
I guess by habit, because like you're doing booktube, so versus like when you're talking to someone in front of you who can speak the language.
Yeah.
So,
So parang siguro kailangan imagine that I'm talking to someone. Greetings, friends. Hello.
I'm sharing on Instagram.
Greetings, friends. Okay, sharing. Oh my gosh. Let me share on YouTube, on Instagram.
Story. Link. Oh, I finally have it.
Have what?
Oh, I have
Yeah,
a thing on Instagram just now. I don't
I
know
don't
if it's
even like
because
it.
you.
So
I'm not sure if it's because
I
you
think I
tagged me in
mentioned,
the.
I think I
Yeah,
asked
yeah, yeah.
you. But I'm not even like I'm not super like I'm not a big fan of it kasi it's parang pero they updated the text and font styles. Did you see? Like mas marami na like
On link or
on
the
stories.
text.
Like even
Ah.
just the regular text, they updated it to have
Ooh.
a lot of new fonts and whatever.
Join the
Share
sprints.
post. YouTube, link.
Huh? Where did it go?
Are you, for Akdang Pinoy, are you reading one book per prompt or you're parang mixing?
Nah, I'm just gonna read a Filipino author book. Like I
Okay.
don't want to pressure myself to like.
Read with us. Read with us.
There. Oh, the font isn't fonting. I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I got used to it now, but it wasn't my favorite when it first came out.
This is the first time seeing this. So, what does the text look like? Not me trying it out now while we're waiting for people to join.
Okay, sharing on Instagram. Did I share on the right? Oh
Oh,
yeah.
this they're the same font to me.
So many new fonts.
As in, like the ones. This
Yeah,
one
yeah,
was
yeah.
also the same as before.
Ah, okay. For me, I have this. I'm gonna show you. I have this one. Ano, can you tell that we both worked in marketing at some
Ah, no,
point?
I don't have that.
There's so many. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ah, finally, the reveal option. I was like,
Is there?
keep faking for others, but I can't fake mine.
I don't really see that being used a lot by other people. I haven't seen it a lot.
Unless it's
At
for a
least from the
brand.
people that I follow. Yeah, yeah. But I guess
Ooh, the
it's good
frames
for
is
like
cute though. The frames is cute.
spoilers and stuff, whatever.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
peaks. Like,
Hi,
hi,
Sina!
Sarah!
It's been a while.
Well, we haven't been live for, was it 2 weeks now or 1 week?
I
I
think it was
don't
just last
remember.
week that
Last week. We
we
missed
weren't
last week.
able to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me make lunch and I'll join you. Yay! Let us know when
sure.
you're back. Let us know what you're having for what you had for lunch. I actually went to a
I wasn't able to tag you.
buffet buffet lunch, so that was fun. I don't think I'm gonna eat
Buffet today?
this
Today?
for lunch because I it was the 60th birthday of my partner's uncle, so we
Mm.
went there for a buffet lunch. I'm super full, but I'm sure I still be like I would want like snacks later. Uh, okay, so while we are waiting for more people to join us, tell me, or have you decided what you're gonna read? Or can we go
Wait,
first and then let me know what you're
you
gonna
go
read?
first. I
Okay,
actually I feel like I need help deciding.
okay. Let's ask people what you're gonna read. So for me, for context, August is Filipino, essentially like Filipino language month. So
Hmm.
we have a couple of friends who are hosting a readathon called Aktang Pinoy, which translates to Filipino literature. So our goal is to read a bunch of Filipino literature. There are prompts in there, but essentially, as long as you read Filipino literature, it's okay. So I am going by the prompt. So I'm reading my third book for that readathon, and the prompt is to read a book by a new to me author. So I am going to be reading My Lola's Love Letters
Ooh.
by Ines Bautista Yao. So this translates to My Grandmother's Love Letters. This book is actually part of this set of books that I got for my works book club. So I don't
Mm.
technically own this book. I'm just borrowing from our book club library. But it's fun because I get to read it physically. I think this has to do with like initially I thought it was kind of maybe like heartwarming family story, but then I read the back and I think it has to do with romance. So the main
Mm.
character is named after her grandmother's sister, and like she was in this romantic relationship that went bad, like kind of really toxic. So she's kind of jaded and she's very heartbroken. And then one day she finds a box with her grandmother's letters, her like namesake grandmother's letters to her actual grandmother, to her like maternal or whatever grandmother. And these were letters that they sent to each other in when they were 20s. So it was kind of like the time when they were falling in love, having crushes. So she's kind of like learning what it was like back then when her grandmothers are in their 20s and how they approach love and relationships. So I think it's kind of like learning from your grandmothers in the past and seeing what has changed and maybe what you can take away from that and hope to like apply in your current relationships. I think it has that very wholesome vibe to it. But it
Yeah.
wasn't really it's not directly like interacting with the family kind of story. I think this is new. I think this was published this year. Let me check. Because I
Yeah, because it was only this year that I
couldn't
saw
even
that.
find it on some of the apps that that I'm tracking my reading in. So it's published by Ateneo Press this year. Yeah, this year, 2024. I don't know what month, but it was just published this year. And yeah, I haven't started it yet. I just read like the first couple of lines. It's written in English, so that
Pure
is
English.
well. I There's probably some Tagalog here and there, but it's mostly English. There is 210 pages in this book, so I think I can hopefully finish it fast. How about you? What are your reading choices? What's the TBR?
I I mean, at least for the immediate ones,
Mm-hmm.
because I was able to borrow the audiobook from Libby, I have choice number one, which
Okay.
is Stolen City by Eliza Bonin.
Okay.
So I think it's YA fantasy, and I think I have another. So well, the book is due in 8 days, but I also have I think another YA novel. So it's 18 Roses by Shannon Rogers, and I think it's YA. I haven't really.
That's a cute cover.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Is that a Filipino author or no?
Um, wait. Filipino American.
Okay.
Filipino, yeah, Filipino American European descent. So I got a copy from my friend who illustrated the cover.
That's so
So
cute.
those are the two options. Contemporary, I feel this is contemporary, or YA fantasy. I think Stolen City isn't a series. Let me just check.
Mm.
Because that would
But
be a huge factor if it is. Okay,
how
it's
many
not. It's
pages
not
is
standalone.
how long is the audiobook and how many pages is the book? Or like you have the physical for both anyway.
18 Roses is
Oh,
293.
not that long.
Stolen City is 12 hours long per audiobook. So I'm not
I
sure if I'm
say
ready for.
I say
Sorry.
18 roses. My vote is 18 roses just because the covers and it's physical.
Well, that too. Actually, my
Hi,
initial choice was
Vanessa.
18 Roses. I was like, I feel like I need to read something physical. And Stolen City is due in 8 days, but
Mm,
I also have the ebook for that. So
mm.
let's go with 18 Roses.
They basically just forced you 18 roses.
And like
Hi, Vanessa.
the font is kind of big too.
Big,
So
yeah.
like,
That's YA, right?
yeah. Hi,
Ooh,
Vanessa.
Sita's having bulldog. Are you getting the original spice level or like the carbonara? Like what flavor? Or
Yeah.
do
The
you add stuff?
chicken.
Do you add like cheese and eggs? Some people add eggs.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
no! Oh no! I
Yeah,
hope you
get well soon, Vanessa. I
is
saw your
he,
story about this one.
do you have like really bad symptoms or is it getting better now? Hopefully it's getting better. Please drink lots of water. Hi, hello. How are you? Doing good. I'm very full because I just got back from a lunch buffet with family. How about you? How are you? Are you gonna be reading with us?
Hi,
Let us know.
Eliza. Welcome back.
Okay, that's good. Well, I hope you're feeling good enough or like okay enough to read because then at least you can catch up on reading or maybe booktube. I remember when I was sick, the last time I got sick, I just watched booktube the whole time I was in bed. Yes, get well soon. Reading Hooked. How are you
Book
liking it?
as in like the
Is it
retelling I'm thinking of.
is it like Hooked by Emily McIntyre? Because that's the book that I read, that I have read, the Hook book. But I do
Yeah.
know there are other Hook books that are kind of popular. So, is
It's
it?
a dark romance that I'm thinking of.
Yeah. I do remember how. Like, was that a reread or were you reading it for the first time? And how did you like it? I don't remember if you finished it during the sprints. I don't think you did, but did you enjoy it? And did you continue on with the rest of the series? Lots of reading today. That's good. What have you been reading? And are you going to be reading now with us?
Yeah, since you're like stuck at home. But I hope you're well enough to read too, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, Bookshop is so chill. I like that there's like people who post like super long vlogs or super long book reviews that I can just play it and just listen, kind of like a podcast. Ooh, Emily McIntyre. Okay, are you liking it or are you having fun? Because I personally, I had fun. I had a lot of fun reading it, but I wouldn't say that I loved that specific book. I liked what was the title of the book that I liked? I like Scarred, which I think is the second like book in that sort of companion series. Scarred and the one with the priest. What is the name of that? Wait, let me check. What was the name of the one with the priest? Huh, Emily
It's a different
McIntyre.
piece that I'm remembering.
Wretched. Yeah, it's Wretched.
Ah.
And then I think she's coming out with Hex pretty soon. Like she started to tease out the cover, if I'm not mistaken.
What
Hex
is
is
it
gonna be
for?
is I think it's
Wicked?
Little Mermaid.
Ah,
I
okay.
think it's Little Mermaid related, if I'm not mistaken. And I am gonna be reading that as soon as it comes out. Yes. For the first time. Oh, okay. That's good. That's good. I do obviously Akotar gets a lot of like not bad rap, but like people like to make fun of it. But then when I think about it, it's kind of like a very bingeable book. And I think it's good when it comes to like world building in a sense that the world is super immersive. That is what I've heard about it. I've never read Akotar, but I think I'm
Hmm.
gonna Crescent City if I do want to read like some really chunky fantasy, just because I've read or I've watched so much Akotar spoiler like vlogs and reviews that I know what happens in Akotar just because I've watched shows. I think I'm gonna watch I'm gonna read Crescent City instead. Double spicy with some eggs and two slices of cheese, still popping in and out to prep food. Wow.
Ugh.
I can
Sounds like a
remember the
diarrhea to me, but a delicious one.
worth it. Worth it trip to the bathroom.
Double
But I
spicy? I can't even do just the solo spicy
regular.
one.
I think the last time that I ate that, I think I got just the regular, but then I added cheese, so it wasn't as spicy. Yeah, I
I
think
the
that's.
last
I haven't
time
eaten it in a long time.
the last one I ate was like I think the pink one, the one with the pink
Ah, that's a
packet,
carbonara
the
one.
carbonara one, and I made the mistake of putting the whole spicy sauce. We
Wait,
were at
are you not good with spicy, or that was just
I
too
think
much?
I'm good with spicy, but not super
That
bulldog spicy. But like I made that mistake at like a Korean mart. So we dined in there and I was like, I don't have water and I'm like just trying to survive. Oh my god.
and then the cold sweats come in.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, get well soon, Vanessa. 50% through Catch the Sun by Jennifer Hartman. I did not know that book. This is another episode of us adding stuff to
It's
our
a
TBR.
romance, I think. Ah, yeah, yeah,
Catch,
yeah. It's a romance.
Catch the Sun. Wait, why did it show it Catch a Suitor? Is this an arc? Jennifer. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, I see it now.
It's a
Oh, it's pretty
2024
chunky.
release.
It's 457 pages. It's pretty chunky.
I think Vanessa's okay with like super chunky
Yeah.
romance books.
Well, obviously, when fucking around, that was 800 pages. So I think Vanessa's
Oh
pretty
my
good
god.
with chunky, chunky romance books.
Was it just this year?
What, that we read that?
Yeah.
I think so. Oh, no. The way I've already forgotten when
I
we.
think it was. I think it
I think it
was.
was this year.
The way I forgot.
Yeah, April. We read it in
Okay,
April.
okay, okay.
April feels like such a long time ago. 24-hour readathon is my go-to. Yeah, actually, that's so good. Because I like how I try to look for super long sprints. Like I remember there was a sprint that I
Mm.
was watching that they're doing essentially like a 24-hour readathon live. So
Oh
that
my
was
god.
like super fun because then you get to I think they were like exchanging with like different hosts. So I guess you have
Mm.
to
But it's just
multiple.
one channel.
Um, I'm not sure if they're streaming. It's one channel, but I'm not sure if they're like streaming it simultaneously on both channels. But that's super fun as well. Strange weather in Tokyo, and maybe something
Mm.
oh, eerie there. Ooh, Kobo Libra color. How are you liking?
I've been
I
eyeing that. I've been eyeing that.
know if only Kobo
Yeah,
sync
yeah, yeah. That's
with CP. If it did,
I
I would
know.
jump the gun. But since we're using the US library system,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
can't,
exactly. But I
like
think
it doesn't sync. Because I was
I'm
talking
not
with
sure.
who was I talking to about this? I think Donna from Cozy Ho. I don't know how to pronounce her new channel name. Is it Cozy Ho? Cozy Hux? Heaux. Anyway, so I was talking with Donna, and then she's from Canada. And then in Canada, the library system connects to Overdrive, which connects to Kobo. So she can use library books.
Mm.
But she can't use Libby books because it only connects to Kindle, I believe, in at least in Canada. So that's how I understood it. So I guess it just depends on what system the country is using, and I guess in the US they're using Libby, and Libby doesn't connect with Kobo anymore,
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
can't use
Yeah,
Kobo.
that's one of the major thing actually.
That is the only thing that's like stopping me from getting a Kobo because I was really considering it at the time, even before Kobo Libra came out. I was considering it at the time, but then no, I cannot. Because that's what I use my e-reader for, to borrow books from the
Yeah,
library.
exactly.
I'm loving it, but I'm okay, I can't read. I'm loving it. But now I'm on page 311 and James made me quite angry in chapter 38. First time writing in a book. Who like in anger, like you wrote because of you're so angry about James. I think yeah, James is such a frustrating character in that book. So James is like the main male love interest, and there's
Who is James?
James Hook. That's his name. So he's the
Ah,
Hook
that's the name.
character.
Okay, 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 okay.
Yeah. So he's just so frustrating. He just doesn't stop and think and listen. He's just like going full full
Full
send,
throttle.
full throttle, and he doesn't stop to think. And that's the whole first book is just a lot of like miscommunication stuff.
Ugh. Okay.
But it's 4 stars so far. That's good. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. It is quite fun to read. And the first like 20 pages of the book, there's so many puns related to Peter Pan in general that it's just like I feel like Emily, the author Emily, had so much fun writing that book, just dropping like for example, the airline is called Nev Airland. Something like that. Like Nev and then air and then land. Neverland. Like she had so much fun writing that book, I bet. Okay. Well, everyone's having lunch. Let us know when you're back and what your lunch
Mhm.
is. We're gonna start sprinting soon. It's an arc, but I think it just got published. Yeah, it did seem like an arc because there's no like information yet when I first searched it on Storygraph. So I guess it's just newly published. It's so the cover is so cute. So it's kind of like very simple, but also very good. It's kind of giving me that old literary romance vibe. I don't know if that's the vibe for this book. I like to book around with chunky books. Exactly. It does sync if you set your store to you. Oh, Sina has a
It
life
does sync
hack.
if you set your store to the US or another country that supports it.
So you have to set it to Canada.
But
But
that's a store.
yeah, yeah. Well, that is if you buy stuff, I guess. I guess the hack here is you need to get a Canadian library. But then I don't know anyone from Canada. The only reason why I have US public library access is because my sisters live in the States. So I'm basically just using their accounts. But I'm gonna like do more research on this because I am thinking of getting a new e-reader. We were just talking about it before we went live. They both connect. It's
Don't think
overdrive. You
about
can
it.
borrow from Libby app. That's what I've been doing. Hmm. Does this work with the US library system? Or because you're not in the US, right? Sina, if I'm not if I'm remembering correctly. So I'm not sure. Maybe I have to do more research. Maybe things have changed since I've talked to Donna. That's what I've been doing. I love James, but chapter 38, yeah. So frustrating. Contemporary YA, yeah. Okay, it does look like contemporary YA. Works through the Kobo store, hence why it works, yeah. I'm gonna have to do more research. Now you're getting me excited, so I hope it actually does work. I'm gonna be so disappointed if it doesn't.
When I've already gotten a new one.
I hope so. Okay, I am gonna set up for
Okay.
the first sprint so we can do a lot of reading. I'm not in the US. I just gave a random state address in the US and it worked for me. I mean, honestly, it's fine.
Oh,
I am gonna start setting up for the first sprint, sharing my screen. Okay, let me know if the audio is too much. Oops.
it's okay
Is it
on my part.
all good? Okay.
I'm hearing birds.
Yes, reverse. I've used this so many times just because I'm too lazy to find a new one. Okay, reading sprint number one. We're gonna do 30 minutes. I'll see you in half an hour. Happy reading.
Reading, everyone.
Hello. How was the reading sprint? Let me just put up my hair.
Hello, hello.
Right?
How was your side of the sprints?
I read 40 pages.
Four
Um,
zero.
yeah, 40. It's pretty easy to read. Like, it's the font is a bit large, and the writing style is very straightforward, very simple. The only thing is that I find the female main character so insufferable.
Oh
like
no.
I mean, she's being set up as obviously I mentioned earlier that she's in like this toxic relationship, right? So she's being set up as this very pathetic, very um like rose-colored glasses with this guy, and that she's basically saying things like, "Oh, I need to be someone he loves. I need to do this because I know that this is what he likes." Blah blah blah. I mean, I get that. I get that they're trying to show that she has a very like low view of herself, potentially because of a toxic relationship, but also because of like things with her parents and stuff like that. But it's done in such a straightforward and like super obvious way that it makes me so annoyed at her. Like it's not subtle the way it's being portrayed, like how she's being treated and how she thinks of herself. She literally says things like, "Oh, I know that he's just manipulating me, but what can I do? I like." I'm like, girl, wake up. I just find her so annoying. And she's also kind of mean. I mean, maybe it's a product of like how like of her low self-esteem. She's like super mean to people who are, I guess, quote unquote pretty, like the people who are the conventional like beauty standards. Like she's saying, "Oh, and then I think that she's she can get what she wants because she has long legs and she has that pretty smile, blah 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 blah," essentially implying that she's only successful because she's
She
pretty, like things like that.
pretty privilege.
Yeah. Which I mean, obviously, it does happen in real life. But then,
Mhm,
if you don't know the person, you don't know if that's the case. So you're also like being mean by thinking that. But then,
yeah, you
obviously, it might
generalize
be
it.
like a product of her low self esteem. But it's so straightforwardly written, and we're in the um, it's a first person point of view of this girl. So I'm like, I don't like how she's thinking. I don't like her thoughts. I don't like how she acts. I don't like her. So I'm like, I'm just so annoyed at her.
Oh
And
no.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's obviously being set up for her to have some sort of growth. I'm guessing when she starts reading the letters from her grandmothers that her grandmother sent each other, that she starts to realize things. Potentially, that's
Yeah.
my prediction. But as of now, in the first 40 pages, like I just want out of her head. I don't
How
want to
long
read
is
in
it
her.
again?
It's only 210 pages. I'm
Okay.
not gonna be in her head for a long time. She's so annoying. Like, and she's also has this thing for where is that? I'm not tabbing this at all because it's not my book, but so she's a college student, but she's interning as a teacher at the high school for a girls' high school. And then
Mm.
she's supposedly like counseling this one student who's asking her for advice on like the student was like, "I want to join the debate team, but I'm a bit afraid of public speaking, but I love the research part, blah blah blah." And she says something along the lines of, "Then why would you even join if you don't want to speak? Can't you just be a researcher instead?" And I'm like, I don't know if that's like the advice that you give to people. Maybe you should not give advice for now. You're probably not the right person to give advice to these young women. I don't know. I'm just,
True.
I don't know. How about you? How was your book?
Well, I read the opposite of what you read. I read 14, 4 pages. I started reading around like the 23-minute mark during the sprint.
Hmm.
So it definitely reads like a YA book. and it's in full English, and it reminds me of um how um Arsenic and Adobo, as in like that series is written in terms of
Yeah,
like um
writing style.
when the Tagalog words are inserted in
Mm,
some ways, but not to the level of Arsenic and Adobo as well, because like with Arsenic and Adobo there are more references, there are more usages,
yeah.
but in this one it I think with how far I am in, it hasn't really established yet um, how the Filipino heritage will play out
Play in.
in this book, because like it hasn't mentioned yet if the main character is Filipino American, as in like part of the diaspora, or like did she just move here in the US from the Philippines
Mm,
when she's all grown up, or was it because when she was super young? So not too far in yet, but um I'm definitely not sold with the main character as well. I cannot connect with her yet, but since I'm 14 pages in, I shouldn't judge that early. There's just something about the writing style that I can't pinpoint. I feel like it just there would be some moments where it runs on too much. I'm like,
mm.
wait, that's a lot of commas, that's a lot of block of text.
Colons, semicolons, dashes.
Like there's this one wait, I'm trying to see
All
if
the
it is.
punctuation.
Yeah, it's like there's this one sentence that's literally like 10 lines long. And I'm like, that's a lot of commas. And I'm like, that's a lot of names. But I think it's not something that should be a deterrent. It's just name
Yeah.
of places, it's just describing. It's still trying to set the tone in terms of how the relationships are currently. It already mentions that her parents are divorced, and
Mm,
she mentions things about missing home and how home can be defined very differently per person. So so far, I can't tell yet if it's good or not, since it's still very early on. How is everyone else's reading though?
Mom's book collection. Hello, welcome to our sprints. You are having your first tea, dealing with children, but when I won't be, I should be reading a bit of Small Favors by Erin A. Craig. I have not read Small Favors, but I did read House of Salt and Stone. Is that the name of the book? House of Salt and Stone. It's a fantasy. Salt and Sorrows, not Stone. So House of Salt and Sorrows by Erin A. Craig. I read that a couple of years ago, I think, and I really enjoyed it. It was a fantasy retelling of the 12 dancing princesses, like I guess folk tale. It was very interesting. I like the writing style. It felt like a horror fantasy book, subtle horror fantasy. But I've heard the Small Favors is kind of similar. Like there's like horror undertones to it. How are you liking it, or have you not started it yet? But I haven't. I think I've
They
heard
seem
mixed
to
reviews
have.
about Small Favors. Also, what should we call you? Should we just call you Mom's Book Collection? I mean, if that's what you're okay with, let us know. Um, 57% through my book, Vanessa. That's good. Are you planning on finishing it today? I mean, I think you mentioned earlier that you want to finish it today, but I'm not quite. I think it's morning for you, right? So you have a lot of time. How are you liking your book, though? Reading is going good. You're almost done with Hooked, right? Do you think you can finish in our sprints? We're gonna have like three more sprints of 30 minutes each.
That's a book that's on my TBR
Small
actually.
favors.
House of
I think
Salt
it's the
and
one with the
Sorrow.
bells. Oh, so Salt of Sorrows, yeah. Which
Yeah.
I think at 3 stars was okay, but this one I'm only taking 5%, and I'm liking it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did. I know that House of Salt and Sorrows had like mixed reviews, but I think I'm very, 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 very new to the horror genre in general, so I'm very easy to please when it comes to horror. Like, give me a little bit of ghost, gory, and whatever, and I'm like, yay, horror. But I know that a lot of people who are very seasoned horror readers, they would probably not like the stuff that I like. But I'm glad that you're liking Small Favors. Is that a series too, or is it a standalone? Because House of Salt and Sorrows has a sequel that I have not read yet. That's lots of progress. How are you with your book? I don't think you've mentioned yet. Um, oh no, you said you were reading Strange Weather in Tokyo. Is that right? Am I making that up? Did you say you were reading that? Something. Yeah, Strange Weather in Tokyo. I did not make it up. How are you with that book?
Strange weather in Tokyo.
Hi. Okay, Donna. Okay, I will try to my best to remember. Donna. Nice meeting you. I'm glad you found our sprints. Like next or next sprint again. Well, are you gonna plan on reading another book after? Let us know how you liked Hook once you finish it. That would be exciting to hear your thoughts on it. Because the ending of that is, I'm not gonna say anything, but the ending is
Which one? As
so
in Strange Weather in
Hook.
Tokyo?
Hook.
Hook.
The ending of Hook is it's entertaining to say the least. I read one short chapter, spent most of the sprint eating, and Loki dying from heat. The bulldog heat got you, but it was amazing. What's your favorite sort of drink of choice when eating that? Because I know that water doesn't really help. Sometimes it even
Milk.
makes it,
Has to be milk, right?
but I can drink milk. I think I've
Lactose
heard some
intolerant?
people.
Are you lactose intolerant?
I am. I mean, I tried. And also even before I was like fully lactose intolerant. I hate drinking milk on its own. Like I'm not the type of person who drank milk growing up. Like on its obviously I drank milk when I was a baby, but then when I was a
Yeah,
child, I would refuse drinking like glasses of milk. I don't know, I just hate the taste of milk on its own. So I never got used to that. I heard ice cream can be good, but then I'm just thinking the cold and the hot. I feel like that's gonna make it the worst. Yes. Hello, Donna. Welcome to the sprint. It is a standalone. Okay. Yeah, because I think I saw that that was a little bit. Is that older than? Let me check. Small favors.
I think House of Salt and Sorrows came first. I think.
Mm.
I think.
So small favors 2021, House of Salt in 2019. Yeah, small favors cover is so cute. It's like flowery with are those bees or something? It looks very a little bit ominous. I thought about book lovers or Aquamaf. Ooh, I I've read book lovers. I was just so with it. And that's why I haven't read Emily
As in Emily
Henry.
Henry?
Yeah,
Ah,
Emily Henry. I was just so with it. It was okay. It was not amazing. It was not bad. But then I recently read Happy Place by Emily Henry, and I like I cried so much in that book. But I think that was more of like a personal thing. Like I could
mm.
relate to the things that were happening in the book. But I cried so much. Like I tabbed that book hell. But Aquamath, Mist and Fury, is that the second book? Aquamath, Court of Mist, or is that I don't
And
know, man.
Fury. A Court
Yeah,
of Mist and Fury, I think.
because I know that with Akotar people, they love the second book a lot. Like that's like the favorite book for most. Like that's what I hear. So is that the second book? Can't
Yeah,
wait
I
to
think
finish.
it's the second. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I hope you like the ending. Honestly, just drink water. But same. My people, my
Has to be ice
people.
water though.
I absolutely
It's
hate
super
milk.
cold. Because sometimes it just doesn't work. And like the heat is still there.
I heard something about like it's good to eat something like bread because it sort of helps absorb the
Ah.
spicy. That's what I've heard, but I haven't tested that out. I hate milk. My people. Yeah. I mean, I can have milk like dairy milk. No, especially when I got older. For some reason, my body was just like no to dairy milk. But I can have milk. Yeah. Did you hear my dog? I can
Yeah.
have milk when it's with cereal or when I put it in my coffee. I'm fine with it. But milk on its own is just disgusting. I hate it.
You put it in your cereal. You put it on cereal, correct?
Yeah, but then I don't.
You
I put it on cereal, but I don't drink the milk after. Like I just throw it out.
Oh.
Like
Oh
I
my
put the
god.
bare minimum of milk to like soak the cereal just so it's wet. But then once I
What if
finish
you
the
just put
cereal,
water?
what the
Water in your
after
cereal.
that. But yeah, so when the cereal milk at the end, I mean, I know that a lot of people love that. I don't eat it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because it
Or I put
has
more
more
cereal in
flavor.
until
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
I put more cereal in until I run out of the milk. I love the
That's
cover with the bees
weird.
on it. And I told my husband it would be fun if I got a bee tattoo when I'm allergic to them. That would be so fun. Maybe it's like a mantra, like a talisman. Like bees don't touch me because I'm allergic to you. Happy Place is amazing. Yes, it was. It is. Well, I've only read two Emily Henry, so I if I rank them, it would be Happy Place and then Book Lovers. But Happy Place was so good. It was so good. Yes, I cried so much. But I actually like when I see people rank Emily Henry books in like TikTok or like YouTube Shorts, they would always place Happy Place like on the lower half. So I
Ooh.
wasn't sure if it was like a maybe it's just the people that I follow, but I thought the consensus was just like Happy Place was not one of the best, but for some reason it hit me so hard. When I did a
Mm,
video on that, I mentioned that I'm not sure if you're gonna like it. Maybe it's because I just
mm.
related to it. That's why I loved it so much. But it was so good. Yes, she put magic
And
in
a lot of times it's like that though. Like
Happy
if it's
Place.
something that didn't resonate with you, it's just not gonna work the same way as other
Yeah,
people.
probably. Yeah. Wait, have you read Emily Henry?
Only Beach Read,
Yeah.
which I was so
You were
so with.
so yeah. I haven't read Betrayed. I know that our friend Bea Betrayed is like her number one, or was it Book Lovers? I'm not sure.
I think it's book lovers that she
Okay.
really likes.
Akhomaf is the second one, yes. Okay, well then maybe you should read Akhomaf because I heard that that was everyone's favorite from the series. I'm currently reading Ooh! Unintentional
You got
Budgie.
your you got your husband to read it?
So
Was
cute though.
you-
Like how do you
Yeah,
guys
yeah, yeah.
set like an actual like we read chapters this and this and we talk about it, or is it more of like
Together,
reacting?
together. Yeah,
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 that's so cute. I don't think I could ever get my partner to read with me.
yeah. Especially
Like we
not
used to
the
actually read stuff like The Hunger Games or I Am
uh,
Number. What was that? I Am Number Four.
I'm number
Like
four.
yeah, there was a book
So more
series
on the
for that.
sci-fi
So sci-fi
fantasy side. Yeah,
young
yeah, yeah.
adult. I think that's like young adult sci-fi.
Dystopian.
Yeah, actually, dystopian is probably the ones that he read the most, but then he doesn't really read now. I don't know. How does he like it?
Oh my
Maybe
gosh. That's one way to make them read it.
maybe I should try that method.
Read it. Like,
14
give them
was
like an
good.
ultimatum, like or a choice. Like, are you gonna read this or are you gonna
Oh,
do next batch's laundry or clean the bathroom or something?
pick one. So either way, it's a
Why do I have
win-win.
to pick?
Either way, it's a win-win for us if we do that. He's liking this one better than the first one. Ooh, I kind of wanna. I know what happens in Apple Math, but then I feel like maybe I should just read it and get it over with. With this book, we're doing chapter a day. Okay, that's actually very manageable. Are the chapters? short for Akamath, or is it like a decent amount? Because I think it has short chapters because I know that the table of contents has like so many chapters. So but that's very manageable. Kind of like read it before bed kind of thing, or read it in bed before you sleep. So cute. It's either he reads it or I read it too. So there's really no choice. It's a
That's so
telling
evil. I love it.
dramatic telling of the lines. It's like, okay, fine, I'll read it.
Stop reading it.
Because imagine there's like a lot of sex scenes in the
Yeah.
Avatar series. Imagine having to listen to that. I mean, I have never actually like I don't audiobook a lot. So I don't think I've read a spicy audiobook. So I haven't had that awkward moment where like people were starting to like have sex while I was like out and about doing stuff. But I don't know about you. I know you've listened to Fucking Around in
Yeah.
audiobook format, so you've had that moment.
I'm more, what do you call this? I think I've practiced the art of poker
Not
face
acting.
when listening to audiobook in public. Or
Did
like,
they act it out like with their voice, or did they just read it? Depends on the narrator.
which one? Pucking around?
Like in general, is it more common for them to just read it like as if like a narrator, or do they like act it?
I think it depends on the narrator. It depends on
Mm,
the
the
narrator.
voice actor, yeah.
Yeah.
But with Poking Around, they were acting it right because you sent me a clip
Yeah.
of the audiobook.
What a doozy. Oh my gosh.
They weren't fucking
What a
around with
ride.
audiobook.
They weren't fucking around with that audiobook.
I gave him Good Girls a Guide to Murder since I watched the show and he was asking me a question. I'm like, here, read it and figure it out. I love how sassy you are. I love all of this like sass energy happening.
Figure it out.
We have to read the entire series to watch it because that's what I'm initially thinking. I've only read the first book and I do intend to read the rest of the books. I don't want to get
Mm,
spoiled by the series. I haven't searched whether or not the series covers like the entire book. So let us know because the show has ticked me off so much. Ooh, they did not match the book every turn. Interesting, because I remember the book was fun because obviously it was YA, so it's not like super gruesome or anything, but it has that like whodunit mystery vibes.
hmm.
But I don't remember if there was anything like a loophole or whatever that would need to be fixed in the series. So it's interesting that they did that. Did they follow like the ages of the people in the book, or did they age it up or down? First season
The
is
one
the
in
first.
the show, I see it's super young.
Okay,
Like
so
high
probably
school girl. At least in the
hmm,
trailer that I was
trailer,
seeing.
yeah. Yeah, well, supposedly they're high school because she's doing this like final paper type of thing, so probably couldn't change that. First season is the first book. Okay, so it's safe for me to watch. Okay, I shall. I've been trying to
Yeah,
be
they're
good
gonna
about
milk it,
watching.
I feel like. If it
It's a
were,
pretty popular series, right?
I haven't read it though, but it's been on my TBR for so long.
Yeah, it's a very quick read. I mean, especially with you, you read a lot of like thriller, mystery stuff. So I think you're
Mm.
just gonna fly by like the audiobook of it.
I feel like it is pretty short, I
Yeah, I think
assume.
it's around 300 something, like the standard size. And then because it's a mystery thriller, it feels faster. So you should probably look fine. But there was a guy they met somewhere, and in the show, it was in a cave. There are no caves in the book. Where did they get the cave from? Uh, Maybe they were inspired. Or like
I wonder
imagination.
I wonder if the author also had a hand in the writing of the show.
I think I'm trying to remember, but I think the book had a lot of like dialogue already in it, because like they were obviously trying to solve the stuff, so they were interviewing people, they were talking to a lot of people about things, so there was quite a bit of dialogue in that. So I feel like there's like a lot of material for the show to go on even without the authors. I don't know how. Maybe the author wasn't super involved, because the cave just, like, I'm trying to remember where they would put a cave in that storyline, and I'm like, I can only think of one thing, but it feels weird. Why would it be a cave? A bit more.
That's fast.
It's very bingeable. That's I do remember. It's very bingeable.
Is
So
it?
go search
Where
it.
is the setting though? At school?
No, not really. So she is like, right. She's part of this, I guess, city town thing, small town, and then she's writing a paper about, or she's writing like an investigative thing about this guy who was. I guess they said that his brother did it, but she's convinced that he didn't, like this crime, and so he starts to investigate. So she's interviewing people all over the place. So it's, I don't think
Oh,
they were even at, I mean, they were probably in school for some scenes, but it's not like the main setting.
okay.
I tried the book and the executive producer, but no script writing. Yeah, okay, so maybe just making decisions on like the bigger stuff, not the smaller things. Calamity was for the cave. Calamity Party. Ah, okay. Calamity Party. They did that in the cave. Okay, interesting. But that does come out of nowhere. Like I'm not sure if a cave was even mentioned. I know a forest was mentioned a lot in there, but a cave. Why would there be a cave in their town? Where do they live? Let's set up for the next sprints. Perhaps we can read. I'm gonna start setting up for the second sprint. So I can go back to this infuriating main character.
I hope it gets better though.
Hopefully, she needs to start her character development arc now. Happy reading!
Hi again.
I accidentally muted my laptop. So I
Oh my
didn't hear anything at all. Like I didn't even notice that I wasn't hearing the ASMR music.
I was
Wait,
like,
how long
is
ago
she
was
back?
I?
No, no, no. It was like 1
Okay,
minute.
1 minute.
Literally
Okay,
1 minute.
it
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
as bad as before when I was editing and I was like doing this. Sorry. How was the sprint? I guess. Not sure if
You
it's so.
first, because
I'm
you
I'm
seem
at
so
page
focused.
69. Yeah, page 69. So I read about like 39 pages more. And I'm still annoyed by the main character, but it's very obvious that the author is trying to make her sound as annoying and pathetic and like insufferable as possible. And then she's gonna go through this, I guess, self realization and growth because now she's at the point where she's cleaning up the basement of one of her lolas, and I assume that she's gonna start finding the letters there at some point. So I'm guessing the character growth is gonna start soon because it's only 210 pages, so it needs to start soon. But yeah, so far it's okay. It's very easy to read, very fast. Um, but I'm not sure if it's something that I would be super like wowed by in general. How about you?
So, is it something you won't be confident in recommending to me? Do you think I'd also be annoyed by that?
I definitely think you would be annoyed by the main character. I mean, obviously, I'm only less than 50%. So I don't know. Maybe it's going to be like super good. But the writing style is very simple and straightforward. I mean, I wouldn't read it for the writing. Like, it doesn't have anything like beautiful writing or whatever. So it's not going to be that. The characters, I don't like any character. Like, all of them are kind of like very stereotypical type of characters. Like, you have the over
Superficial?
yeah, you have the overachieving older sister, and then you have her very like low self-esteem, and then you have a friend that's like so pretty and so whatever, so sure of herself, and then you have another guy friend that's like the supportive best friend, and then you have this guy, the toxic like guy who's like so full of himself, and then you have another guy who's like a golden retriever. It's like very like clear cut
Cookie
stereotypical
cutter? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
cookie cutter character, so nothing really to write home about. So I think I'm hoping with this book, I guess I would enjoy this book if the letters of the grandmother are kind of very heartwarming and potentially like maybe full of like like wisdom in a sense because she's like she lived in a different time, so like it offers like a different perspective. So I'm hoping that that would make the whole book better, but as it is right now, if it continues this way, it's probably going to be less than 3 stars for me,
Oh
because right now
no.
I'm just like it's 3 stars for me right now just because I'm hoping that the letters are going to make it better. But if that doesn't like really work, then it's either 3 or low for me because there's nothing like for me to like so far. That's a quick
Maybe the book cover.
yeah, maybe the book cover is cute. I'll give
Yeah.
it that.
So the letters haven't been
No,
revealed yet.
no, I'm actually like I am like paging through this, and I don't see anything in like a different format, which is why I'm worried. Like, what if she just reads the letters, but we don't really get to read the letters ourselves?
Mm.
I would hate because I would love to like read the letters. Like I'm trying to like I'm doing this to see if there's like anything in a different format, but I'm not seeing anything. So
Oh no.
oh well, but I think it's definitely like I'm definitely gonna finish this tonight. So
Uh,
at
so
least I'm
you're
not.
done with it. So you could be
Yeah,
done with
I'm
it.
done with it. I'm not gonna waste any time if I don't like
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, how is your reading? How is it so far?
I got to page 36, so that's
Mm,
12 more pages. And I don't know what's making me read it kind of slow. because like given that um it's not hard to read in terms of like um
No, you did 22
the
pages, not 12. Because you
I don't
started
know.
at 14. Because I remember
Yeah,
you said
so
it's the opposite of what I said. So you're
wait,
26? You're at
14,
36 page.
36.
Yeah, you're 22. You're right.
That's 22. I'm bad
Yeah,
at
so you're not
math,
reading it super
apparently.
slow. It's all good. You're just bad at
Math.
arithmetic.
I'm bad at addition. What the fuck? I'm like, huh? 12? Yeah, 26. Yeah, yeah, 36. Oh my god. So,
So you
anyway,
did
there is
good.
not it's still trying to set up the
Mm,
whole thing, I think. So at page 36, there's no conflict yet, but
mm,
there's been a mention of debut. So it's
mm.
spelled as debut for anyone who's not Filipino watching. It's still
Yeah.
Debut, but we pronounce it as debut, pertaining to the 18th
18th birthday
birthday
celebration.
celebration. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So there's already a mention of that, and it's the main character's cousin who's gonna have it, and there's this
Mm,
like huge thing
party.
of like
Yeah.
her hating the idea of a debut.
Mm.
But I have a feeling that since the title is 18
It's,
Roses, she's probably gonna have her own debut since she's 17 now.
mm.
And I think that's where we're heading. And the page that I stopped, I remember when I mentioned like the main character mentioned the idea of home and how she can't clearly define it
Mm.
herself. I'm like, huh, don't tell me home is the Philippines for you because like the main character hasn't been to the Philippines, like
Yeah.
her mom is from the Philippines, so I'm like, okay, I won't be surprised, but I literally took note of that. I'm like, don't tell me it's gonna
That's
be
gonna
the
be the
Philippines.
ending. She's gonna visit the Philippines and then she's like, oh, so this is
Yes,
what home feels like.
because like she's like, she mentioned something like, when I'm at dad's, I want to be at mom's. When I'm at mom's, I don't want to be at dad's exactly.
Yeah.
But I have this feeling like I'm supposed to be somewhere, but I forgot something over there maybe, and I'm like, don't tell me it's gonna be the
I forgot
Philippines.
myself over there, but she's never been.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's never been, and like I actually also took a tab of it, like how she and her sister doesn't know how to speak Tagalog, but she
Mm.
kind of understands based on what the mom
Kind
is saying
of
sometimes.
mostly like very Western upbringing in a way.
Yeah, because like I like to think the this may be the author's experience as well, although
Potentially.
I'm not sure because like um the author's bio mentions about what do you call this? I forgot the term. I already mentioned it before. Diaspora. I feel like
Diaspora.
the author is from the Filipino diaspora.
Yeah.
So
That
maybe
makes sense.
some injected experience over there.
Yeah. Um, oh, this was for earlier. Yes. Probably, yeah. Thank you for the reminder. Probably need to drink water soon. Good morning, Elena. Good morning
Hi,
to you.
Elena. Welcome
Welcome
back.
back. Are you going to be reading with us? We have two more sprints. Two more sprints. So lots of time to read. Welcome back, everyone. I guess except for me because I was too. I didn't hear the thing. I think I muted it.
I was so tempted to already speak. I was like, hello, everyone. And I'm like, I don't know if she's going to hear me, though.
Oh my gosh. I changed my teenagers around with a fly swatter. I love that they're teenagers. They're not kids. I'm like, why are you chasing them around? And did some adulting things. Sadly, no reading. That's fine. I mean, adulting
Yeah.
things usually
Still
productive
productive.
things. So that's still good. I'm glad that you were able to do them. I'm getting so sleepy, but I've read a little over 30 pages this sprint. That's so good. That's a lot. That's more than one per. minute. Is it the book that's making you sleepy, or is it like weather, or are you just tired or something? Not sure how I'm feeling about the book yet. It's one of those typical Japanese loneliness in modern life books. Yeah, they do love their
It's still
lonely,
the ano,
strange,
the
strange
strange weather
weather.
than Tokyo. Yeah, yeah. Is it also you, Sina, who was reading some no, I think it's not.
Neighborhood something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because it's
Um,
written by the same author. Like people from my neighborhood. I think it's not Sina. I think it's a different.
have you read this one, Strange Weather in
No,
Tokyo?
the people from my neighborhood. But
Okay.
I have this on my TBR.
I'm just tired. Have a lot going around now. Okay. Well, you
Understandable.
can use this time to rest as well. The rest is
Yeah,
productive, so that is all good.
exactly. I know
It was
that was it. But yes, it was by the same author because it's people from my neighborhood that I've read. I think Hiromi Kawakami's books are also pretty short,
mm,
so they're easy to read in that sense.
yeah, but they do like this genre, like the sadness and
Yeah,
more
contemporary.
in the like I guess mundane day to day life
Yeah,
of like everyday people. They love like books like that. And I
doesn't
remember there was
have
like
to
a time
be
when
something.
like big. It's
Um,
like this everyday
yeah,
life of this random person, which is also interesting. But I get that if you read a lot of that, it kind of gets a little bit dreary and potentially like sad, very, very like
yeah.
depressing. This one is only 174 pages. It has a second novella
Mm.
that's about 50 pages. Well, I hope that you could finish it. I think you mentioned that you read like 30 pages already in one sprint, so you're gonna make good progress with it. Or you could rest. Up to you. It's all good. Up to you. Uh, do you think you're gonna continue reading the book after the sprints? Are you having a hard time because you don't have the audiobook, right?
No, I don't. I don't. Just the physical.
It's not on Libby.
It is, but it's the ebook that's there. It's the ebook that's there. I
Okay,
don't
no,
see
no
the
audiobook.
audiobook because it's a fairly
Mhm.
new release as well. So
So
I
the audiobook is probably not
yeah.
released then. Yeah.
So yeah. Wait. Well, obviously you're not gonna start Anibot this month. So you're gonna read it
Maybe
next
after
month
the fifth book. Maybe I can read that after the fifth book. Because
after
I
you finish all the prompts.
well, I remember what my next book is, and it's Janacine 4. So
Oh
I'm thinking
no.
that's probably gonna take me a while to
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
read.
exactly.
So maybe, well, it is only the 17th, so we're a little over halfway, already halfway through August. Wow, it's so fast. So maybe I could
No.
still read Anibot towards the end of the month. We'll see, we'll see. But I do think I could insert it next month, early next month, because I do have like readathons that I'm joining, and usually books like Anibot are like good for proms.
Mm. And it's pretty. I mean,
It's
even
super
for
short.
me, it was a fast read.
Yeah. I mean, I love that as well. Change Weather in Tokyo has some lovely scenes. There's a focus on food and they're mushroom hunting right now. Well, that's very cute. Very
Mushroom
wholesome.
hunting?
You know that TikTok trend now, like very demure, very cutesy, very
Yeah,
wholesome.
yeah, yeah,
I almost said that after reading, like they're mushroom hunting right now. Oh, very demure, very cutesy.
yeah. You have to be, I feel like, chronically
Yeah,
online to like.
yeah. And like it's just, I think I first like I saw it once, and then after I liked that video, like a flood of very
Yeah,
demure
yeah,
very
yeah. Just using
content
that
just
audio.
like yeah showed in my feed. Time now, I'm like it's ingrained in my brain. We'll continue after the sprint. It's very short, and I do need to reduce my TBR. Are you reading it physically? Um, Strange Weather in Tokyo, because I've been trying to read mostly physical because I need to, like, I've completely ignored my Libby. Like I let my holds go and everything
Oh
because
my
I had
gosh.
at one point I had 7 books borrowed, and I'm like, how am I gonna read 7 books within like 21 days? I mean, and then also read stuff from my physical TBR. So I
Yeah.
just let them all go. I kept one that I waited for a long time, and I really wanted to read. And then everything else, I'm not. I deliver later for everything. I don't wanna. I don't wanna see anything because I really want to try and prioritize my physical TBR because they're growing. Like I blinked and then there's like so many books in my physical TBR. Yes, I've got a paperback copy. Oh, it's so nice. It's like the cover's so cute too. It's like the yellow one, right?
Yeah. I wait.
Which one? Or I
Strange
think I know.
Weather. It's the one with the woman in the cover,
Ah,
right?
no, I think I was thinking of people in my neighborhood. I think that one has a yellow cover, or maybe I'm making it all up. My neighborhood.
Unless Strange Weather has a different cover edition, because it's the one with the woman that I
Yeah.
remember that cover.
Ah, it has a book with a yellow cover. It has one with the same woman, but then there's like a background of yellow.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Is this the same woman that's like super popular online before because she does photos like this where she's like levitating? Is this her? Is that her photo?
I'm not sure.
It's a white copy with a woman eating ramen on it. That's a completely different cover. Editions.
It's
Let's
like
see.
even the 10 Loves of Mr. Nishino, when you look at the cover, the woman is also kind of like floating, just crossing
Yeah,
the street.
yeah. Because I think it's there was this content creator before. I forgot her name. Japanese content creator, and she was like super popular in the blog space. This was way back in the days when
Mhm.
blogging was the thing. That was what everyone did. There was no like YouTube and everything. So it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
I'm
Actual
dating.
website.
I'm dating myself, and then she would have a lot of like levitating photos, and that's what she got like famous for in Flickr and Tumblr.
Mm.
So, but I'm not
Damn,
sure if it's
Flickr.
her photo. Yeah, those were the days.
Age
So
yourself.
I'm not sure if it's the same person. It looks like the same, so maybe they're just like licensing her old.
Mm. Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah,
she
yeah.
did a lot of that. Like she would be entering like the subway stations while levitating. So she would jump into the
Oh.
train. It's so cool. Like all of the photos that she did before, especially back then, like it wasn't like as common to like do a lot of like Photoshop in terms of like actual photo manipulation. So
You know what?
at least
Maybe
in
I
the
should
blog
check that right
space.
now.
Yeah,
Strange
let me
Weather in
fact check you right
Tokyo.
now. Yeah, cover. But I did see the cover that Sina mentioned. It's a lot. It's very different. Like it's illustrated cover, and it's which edition is this? Paperback. I don't know when it was. I don't know who the publisher is for this edition. It's Best of Granta. It says. I forgot her name. I'm trying to remember. Uh,
How do I even? Uh, wait.
Natsumi Hayashi. Yeah, Natsumi Hayashi. Is that her? I love how we're just
Oh,
randomly
maybe it is her. Maybe because like
photo.
there's a website Natsumi Hayashi 1982, and it's the exact cover
Photo.
of
Yeah.
Strange Weather in Tokyo.
Yeah. It's her. It's her. Yeah. That's me Hayashi. So all of her photos before, she's
Mm.
always just levitating and it's so cool to watch.
Today's
Like,
levitation.
yeah. It's so cool. And then especially the ones where she's like in such a busy place and she looks so
Yeah,
old,
yeah,
so
yeah.
calm and serene. Like there was one where she was um like she was washing her hands on a
Yeah,
like
I'm
hand
looking at
washing
it now,
station.
and unlike
Okay.
a drinking fountain.
Yeah, chicken found like she had it like the water is flowing and she's like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
just gonna levitate and fly over this thing.
But like how, like I don't know, the camera work is good because like
Yeah.
have to be like
Yeah, definitely like a bunch of like burst shots with a lot of like high aperture perhaps to
yeah, that
so
is
that there's not a
her.
lot of like blur. It's
The
super
one in
cool.
the one for 10 Loves of Mr. Nishino is also here in the list. So
So this is like OG content creators, bloggers.
oh, she has an Instagram, but maybe she transitioned her art style. Or
Maybe she's not doing that anymore.
this
Maybe her knees are giving out with all the jumping. Um,
maybe she
I
aged.
mean, the first time I saw her photos was like over 10 years ago for sure. Like maybe over 15 even. So I think I was in high school when I saw her photos. So it's been a while. Uh, oh, she's doing more like abstract color blocking work now
Yeah.
and like
Maybe
regular
she's
photography.
exploring her art style.
Yeah, potentially. Okay, do you want to start the third sprint?
Yeah, sure.
And then
Just
I'm gonna
don't
make
mute
sure
us.
I'm not unmute so I don't ignore everyone. Oh my gosh. Okay, happy
Bye.
reading. See you in 30 minutes. Hi. How was the book? Are you enjoying it so far?
Not 100%. 100%. I just finished page 61. So that's 25 pages. I'm sure. I did the math. 25 pages.
You double checked your solution.
Yeah. I opened the calculator and subtracted.
Is
How
it
about
is
you?
it slow to build up or
I think I'm just annoyed at the main character. Like, she does feel like she's the main character, Like,
everything is about
I
her?
think it's setting up for something because of the way that it was written. Like, um, it's like she's just so negative and apprehensive about everything. So the debut was one thing, but like even just going to a school play, she has like lots of negative things to say about it. But like her best friend is just the total opposite. Like it's like I don't know. I'm just annoyed at the vibes, but again, it's young adult,
Yeah.
so they're just being young adults.
17, being
I
teenagers.
know.
For
So how about
me, I got to page 106. So I think that is exactly halfway. Let me double check. A little 30. Yeah, so it's halfway through the book, and we did get to read the letters from the grandmother. I think we've read 3 letters so far, and they are somewhat interesting because, uh, like, the year that those letters were sent is like 1954. So it's like 9 years after the war. So they had a lot of like very traumatic experiences, and they were talking about that. And it's the vibe is very different because the women then are a lot more reserved, like very formal. Like they had to be very shy and not show their feelings, cover their mouth, like
Mhm.
that kind of era. So I think the grandmother was sort of expressing how frustrating it was to be a woman at that time, and how um why can't she just go after who she likes? Why does she have to wait for a guy to approach her, have a chaperone, and
Mhm.
all of that like formality? So it was kind of interesting to read that, and there was a big tone shift in the style of writing for the letters.
Mhm. So
And I
there are
like,
the letters. The letters are there.
yeah, they are here. They just look very similar because it's just like italicized, so I didn't
Ah.
ahead. Yeah. So they are there, and so far they're good. I mean, I still don't like the main character. She's like, I don't. I feel like I just don't vibe with her at all.
Hmm.
Like I wouldn't want to be her friend.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a very similar feeling I'm getting with my main character.
No,
So that's
yeah,
a
you
very
mentioned
mutual.
something. You mentioned something about a play. There's actually like a scene here at the very start, just to establish, I guess, the personality of this character, where she was in a group project with 4 boys, and then there were 2 girls, and they were tasked to like do a play, and she was complaining in her head, thinking, why did they group us this way? That means like there's only 2 girls, so that means some of the guys would have to dress up as girls, or I would have to act, and that would not be like, they wouldn't want guys to dress up as girls, blah blah blah. And then one of the guys asked her, oh, can you act in this play because there's only 2 girls? And she's like, I don't want to act, blah blah blah. I mean, I don't care what we do with it, but I don't want to act. You act with it. And then she was like very uncooperative, and then she was thinking in her
Yeah,
head,
yeah,
fault that your grades are low and you need this group project to, like, you need to ace this group project. I'm like, girl, what the heck? I mean, I don't mind it if you're like very like against performing in a play, because I mean obviously some people just are not
yeah, yeah,
into
yeah.
that,
Not
stage
privy to
fright, they have
it, comfortable.
anxiety.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's fine, but then the fact that she was being so dismissive of this other person who clearly needs the grades, like whatever is like happened, like I think she was belittling him in her head because he
Mm-hmm.
was failing his grade because he was focused more on basketball even though he wasn't good at basketball. So she was saying that, well, what are you doing when you like? Why couldn't you just stay and study and not like throw those air balls and like lose those games? I'm like, you're so mean. Like,
Yeah.
what is that? What if he's just passionate about basketball? What's wrong with that? I mean, like she's just so mean, and she was like, I don't want to do that play, blah blah. And then there's this guy in that group where like, oh, it's fine. I'm gonna find a play that doesn't involve like that we only need one woman in because the other girl was okay with it. I'm like, and then she's like, she's the type of girl, at least in this first half of the book, where she's blaming everyone around her for the
Mm-hmm.
failures that are happening in her life. I mean, obviously, external factors will affect you. But then ultimately, like, if you're also not helping yourself, then, like, nothing's gonna happen. And you can't expect something to change if you're not willing to put in the work
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's not like the things that she was going through, it was like so bad. I mean, obviously, like you can't really rank how bad it is for other people, but her stuff is like fixable if she just applies
Mm.
herself. Like she's like
Yeah.
complaining that her parents are very easy, like happy-go-lucky, cool parents that don't really push their children. So she's like, oh, that's why I don't have direction. That's why I don't know what I want to do in life because my parents don't push me. They're not strict with me. They just let me do whatever I want. Blah 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 blah. But then her ate turned out fine. Like her older sister turned out fine, and then she's thinking, oh, she just turned out like that because she felt responsible for me, so she felt like she had to be responsible. I'm like, not everything is about you, girl.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
everything is about you. I'm like, I just
The
really
main
don't like.
character being a main character, I
I
guess.
know. I mean, obviously because this is all in her head, so we're just like, I'm like, I don't want to be in your head. I feel like there's this guy that's been introduced that's kind of like the golden retriever energy, and it's so
Mm.
obvious that he's gonna be like the
The love
romantic,
interest.
yeah, the new love interest that's like good for her. And I'm like, I mean, you might be good for her, but she's not good for you. Like, you deserve better. Oh my
You're being
gosh.
an auntie about it.
No. Hello. You read a little bit. Definitely fighting the steepies now. Yeah, well,
Aww.
definitely take that nap if like you feel like you're really like falling asleep because I mean you're not gonna be able to do anything productive if you're like
Yeah.
falling asleep. Might as well just take that nap. How did
That
everyone
was
else?
me last night with when I was trying to like watch one more episode of the anime I was watching last night.
What are you watching
I
now?
was like Kaiju number 8. So good. So good. I was like in the middle of an episode and I was like, what? I'm just trying to fight. I'm just trying to fight it off. And it's like just past 11 p.m. I'm like, no, I keep on replaying. I keep on replaying. I'm like, what did I miss? What did I miss? I'm like, nah, this isn't
Like you
working.
blink and then when you open your eyes, why is it like 10 minutes later?
I'm like, no, why is it 5 minutes later? And why are they doing that?
Sometimes I hate it when I'm that sleepy. What happens to me is that I go into this half asleep mode
Yeah,
where,
yeah,
for example, if I'm playing something, I still hear everything. At
yeah.
that moment that I was like sleeping, I feel like I'm understanding what I'm hearing. But then when I wake up, nothing. I retain nothing. But I have like this very specific memory. But I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
listening.
yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's me when like
When you're
I would put in a
yeah.
podcast. And I know it's playing there. I know it's been playing this whole time. I can hear the voices, but I'm just like open mouth like I don't know if I'm sleeping or not. It's like just state of like half asleep, half awake.
Yeah.
Thanks so
Bye,
much, Tina.
Sina. Thank you for dropping by. We missed you in our sprints. Hopefully, we see you next week. And have a good nap. Hello,
Hi
Lost
there.
Pals. I think this is the first time we've seen you in the
Yeah.
chat. Peace. Welcome to the Sprints. What manga are you reading now? I'm not like
Yeah.
manga, but Pam, the other Pam over there, reads a lot of manga. So maybe she knows what you're reading. What was the
Is
last
it
manga?
BL? Is it action? Is it
Were you the one who recommended Blood on the Tracks to me? Because I saw that
Blood on the
cover.
Tracks? Yes.
Yeah, because
Yes.
I'm hearing about it and I'm like, I feel like this has been, like, I know this title. I feel like this has been recommended to me. So it's probably you.
It's so it's so fucked up. As in, it's so messed up, but you
Is
won't
it
be
like
able to.
psychological
It's not a
horror or?
thriller.
Mm,
It's more the psychological family drama. Like
ooh.
there will be things happening in the family, whatever. But like it's more psychological horror. It's just so it's so creepy. It's so creepy. Like
I'm
even the art
gonna
style. Oh my
I'm
gosh.
gonna add that to my Libby because I feel like I wanna read a lot of like scary books this like
It's,
Halloween season because I really wanna like I've been buying a bit of like I've been buying some paperbacks of horror books. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna save it because I wanna be more familiar with the genre. Blood on the Tracks.
it's so jarring. It's something that would bother you really. There would just be you know how there would be
Actually, this one.
panels in a manga?
That what?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Blood on the
Oh,
Tracks.
it's like
Maybe just
readily
try out
available.
one or two volumes first on Libby just to see if it's something that
So Lost Signals is reading. Let us know as well if you want us to call you by a different name, but it's
it's
reading
a
number
shoujo
6.
one. Is
Shoujo.
this
Oh,
the one?
that's like my genre.
It's shoujo. It's shoujo. Is
Number
it the one
6.
that has an anime adaptation already? Hold on. I think it does because like it sounds so familiar.
It looks like a if this is it looks like a fantasy shoujo images. Like the outfits that they have. They're very like it's not the school setting or anything like that.
Is it BL? Because it's
Well,
giving me
there's
that.
two guys on the cover.
Wait, let me check
It's
if it's
giving
on
BL.
Netflix. Number six. Ah, no, 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 it's not.
It's not.
But it sounds so familiar. There's a recent anime that I've been seeing that also has a number on it that isn't Kaiju
Mhm.
number 8. Maybe it's something with 26 or something. How
Oh,
are
so
you
I'm
liking it so far?
scared because like is a character probably gonna die or something?
Of course, it's a white-haired guy and a brunette guy, like a black-haired guy. Always that
It's always
dynamic.
always. I used to be so into shoujo manga when I was younger. Like I think I read everything that to the point that I ran out of stuff to read. So I just stopped reading completely. But I think I read a lot. Like I would even read the ones where there's only like one chapter out, and then I would forget about them, like to check. So I'm like, so I was just like craving. I think I remember my favorite before, especially because I watched the adaptation as well. It's Kaichowa Maid Sama. Like I love that one.
It's
Like for
my favorite. It's my favorite of all time
oh,
ever.
like
It's my
for a
favorite.
moment, my alarm clock was the intro, like dun, 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 dun. And then everyone, like my sisters, I was still living with my sisters at the time. They would hate me because it's so loud. That
Girl,
was
I
my
was so obsessed
like
with
Usui.
Usui.
What's the girl's name? Misaki.
Misaki. Ayazawa Misaki.
I I love that.
Oh my gosh.
And I
Like
love
I
how for
would
some reason, like I mean, this is a
yeah.
spoiler, but I feel like at this point, everybody knows it. Like, how is he like a prince of some whatever at the end? That's like so absurd.
But when you think about it, like with where he's living and how
Well,
he
yeah, and then
acts,
he's
it's not
randomly good at
surprising. Yeah,
everything. Like good at violin, good at like
yeah, yeah,
martial
yeah.
arts and whatever. And I'm like, but it was just so out there. And I'm like, why is he a prince of this random country? Why is the ending
The
suddenly
question
like
is, why not?
and then there was this one guy that started out as like a villain. Is that Igarashi? The one with like the fang. Anyway, he was like a villain at the start, and he ended up being smitten with Misaki. Obviously,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
was
yeah,
like a love triangle situation.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was so obsessed with that that show and that
Making me want to reread it.
rewatch reread.
It's not on Netflix anymore.
Oh, it did it used to be on Netflix? Kaicho.
Yeah.
Wait, I
Ah,
just
wait. Well, it has to be in Anywave, which
but
is
I
where.
remember that I was so obsessed with omurice during this time. 'Cause she was working at this maid cafe, right? And they would
Yeah,
always
yeah,
do the
yeah, yeah. And
omurice.
you have to spell out. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was so obsessed with omurice, and I would try to do it at home. Whenever we go to like a Japanese restaurant, I would like order it if it was on the menu. Like,
And girl, since this was like also when Facebook was starting to peak, as in like the era of Farmville,
yeah,
whatever, whatever.
yeah,
So there would
me
be
too.
lots of music videos and like
Yeah,
edits
yeah.
of like the
And
scene.
even on Tumblr, because I was a Tumblr kid growing up as well. And even there, I think I also made my own edits. To be fair, I think I made my own like gifs and stuff. I feel like I'm pretty sure I did gifs for sure. I probably didn't do like music video edits, but the gifs I definitely did those.
I thought I had the physical copy of the manga, but it wasn't
Uh,
that. It was a different manga. Like because I remember vividly, like of course I was in high school, in grade school, like I didn't have money to buy a physical copy of manga because like even back then it was like 400, three
yeah.
hundred. So I thought I bought a physical copy of Maid Sama, but it was apparently a different one, which is La Corda d'Oro. So this is
I
like,
know it.
I don't know if you know that, but it's like it's also
Yeah.
I think shoujo, where it's like not entirely harem, but there's one girl who plays the violin, and there are other guys who play different instruments as well. So there's one in the trumpet, there's one who plays the
I
flute.
have seen that, but I think I didn't read it at the time. But I have like I've been seeing that when I was like
I was so obsessed with that too. Like because it was around that time, also around Maid Sama. So like I would always watch out for this in Animax when Animax was still a thing.
I
Like
just
I
had a
would know the schedule.
I, I just had a flashback of something that I was also obsessed with before Kaicho. It's Vampire Night.
I wasn't obsessed with that. I didn't watch that, but I know this. Is it the one like
It's
is
the
it like
vampire.
Clamp? No.
Not
But I
so
know
good.
the art style. I know the art style.
The one with the like super pointy chins.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That one, that one. That's why
Oh,
it reminded me of Clamp.
and I just remember I was so obsessed with, and then the guy's name was like Zero. He's the guy with the obviously white hair, and then the other guy brown hair, dark hair. That's always the dynamic. And then at the end, again, this is gonna be spoilers, but it's been a while. You guys should probably know it at this point. Is that
I don't.
they want to know?
Go.
It's giving City of Bones like vibes at the end,
But
and
they
that was actually like it was actually that. I was like, oh.
oh my god. How
And,
many episodes are in Vampire Night?
I miss making video edits. I
No,
mean,
2008.
the era of internet when the people that were on the internet were just the nerdy, geeky people. That was like amazing because then everyone was just so open about sharing all of whatever they're obsessed with, like whether it's
Yeah, yeah,
edit
yeah.
TV shows or anime. Or even at the time, I was so obsessed with Neopets. I would post like Neopet stuff all the time, and it was just like no one was concerned about like aesthetics, if you
Yeah,
will.
yeah, yeah.
Everyone
You
was
just
just
put it out
sharing.
there.
just sharing whatever they wanted, and then that was like one of the best. I mean, potentially problematic era as well with all of the like
Yep.
lack of content moderation and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you're
Like
not in
even
that,
now,
if you're not in that side of
if you're gonna read Maid Sama, you're gonna be like,
it, it's gonna be questionable.
he's fucking problematic. Like, why are you a fucking
Yeah.
stalker?
Yeah. And then obviously that was the era of the cabedon and everything. Like everything was just, I mean, it still happens now, but at that point it was like, it wasn't like made fun of yet at that point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, that was such a
Vampire
good.
Night has to be. I think it reminds me so much of the art style of Code Geass. So I'm wondering
Yeah,
if
it,
they're by the same
it also had
production.
like the pointy
Yeah,
chin,
yeah, yeah.
like
The huge eyes.
and the huge eyes. And there's also one that I read, the one where the guy was this vampire. This also kind of problematic if I start to describe it, but
Is
it's a
it
guy with a
Black
vampire and he's
Butler?
taking care. He's no. He's taking care of this child who eventually grows up. Like he became. Hold on. I know this. Like, oh, taking care of like girl manga. It sounds so. It sounds so problematic when I say it out loud. I'm trying to remember. Damn it! Like, let me just see. Vampire. Taking care of. I can't remember the name, but it's like a.
But is the child also a vampire?
I don't remember. I don't think so. I think he was human? Question mark. Maybe she becomes a vampire at some point. I don't super remember. 90s. Oh, anyway, I can't remember. I can't like seem to find it. I actually never watched Black Butler. Everything that's coming up is just like Vampire Night on my search right now. Oh my gosh, wait. Shoujo,
Oh,
classic shoujo manga. It's probably
I
gonna.
see Maid Sama in the website where I watch anime.
Uh, wait.
I'm
Oh,
gonna send it to you. So I'm gonna influence you with this website.
maybe it's not like. Maybe he's not a vampire. Maybe. No, he was a demon. I think. I don't think.
Demon?
Wait.
Is it?
Let me try again.
It's not
Let me try to.
Magnus Bride. It's not Magnus Bride.
No. Because I don't recognize that name. So it's wait. Classic Drama Demon. Like I remember that the name of the demons like was it Vivi Hana Tokuma? Is that it? Images.
Is
Yeah,
that
it
the name
is.
of the
Yeah, Hana Tokuma. Hana and
Hana?
the
What?
Hana Tokuma. It's so there's a demon
Ah,
decided
Hana to.
to realm and found an abandoned baby.
Oh
And then it
no,
started
no, I haven't read this.
it's like now that I'm thinking about it, it started out as quite weird because obviously he took care of the baby. And then but I don't remember if they end up being together at the end or was it like
I think with the photos that I'm seeing, are these edits? Are this real?
at that point, at that time, I feel like they're real. Oh my
Oh,
gosh. Those were the days. I am cringe, but I am free.
real. The realest there is. Girl,
Where is the
just
lie?
one more anime. Is
Okay.
Wallflower ever your, as
Wait,
in
I recognize that.
Yamato Nadeshiko?
I recognize that. Yes, I
They
have
also
watched
have.
this.
I used to
Yes,
be so obsessed with that. I
I
even
have.
have the physical copies of the mangas here. Like they're not chronological, but I have them still.
I have. Like I have. I think I kind of when I started reading, this art style was a little bit older. It's the same art style I think
Yeah,
as
yeah,
like
yeah.
Hanayori Dango and stuff.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
the
Like they're
sweep,
super long.
strokes, yeah, yeah. And then the super long limbs and everything. So I think at that time I wasn't reading those as much. I was like more focused on the era of Kaicho
Yeah, yeah,
manga.
yeah, yeah.
And then I moved on. After that, like I read the all the classics like LDK, the ones that got turned into like live action
Yeah,
adaptation.
yeah,
I
yeah.
read all of the um Kento Miyaura films, like the source material. I've read like Okami to something, the Wolf something, Okami something, the one that became a like what's that? Wolf Prince and something. Okami.
Wait, 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 wait.
Oh my god. Anyway, Okami Shoujo to Kuro Uiji. Wolf Girl and the Black Prince. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. That like I've read, those are the stuff that I read, and then eventually I read the newer one. Like at the time, the newer ones like Aoharu Ride, like all of the
Yeah,
shoujo
yeah,
really.
yeah, yeah.
But then at some point, I think I read everything that I wanted to read, and then I stopped reading, and then I forgot about it.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh my gosh, that was a
yeah.
time. That was a
They're
time in life.
kind of newer too, like Orange, like
Yeah,
Haruide,
Orange.
yeah, like those era of like oh my
Everything
god.
became Yamaken live action. That was his like market, the shoujo manga adaptation.
Oh my gosh.
That was a
So
thing
nice
back
to go back
then.
with it.
I think it was
The
a
maid
fun time.
sama one, yeah, the maid
It's
sama
like
one
core
is
memory.
making
That's a core memory.
tempting me. It's tempting me to rewatch it.
Yeah, I think even just rewatching it while you're doing something, it will be fun because it's like a no brain cells kind of a show. Like you don't really have to pay that much of an attention to it. She's just like kicking the student and everything.
You're reading Boys from the Riot. I read that this year, I think, or last year, when I was doing it for a vlog where I read queer graphic
Mm,
novels. So Boys from the Riot, I've read that. So it features like a trans wait, yeah, features a trans character, and it tackles fashion and like it's good.
is
It's
it
good.
like modern contemporary setting?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Fruits
It's on
basket.
Libby too. It's on Libby because that's where I borrowed it. Boys Run the
Maybe
Riot.
it's time for like a manga reading vlog.
It is. It's always the best time because it's fun. It's very quick.
Maybe it could be like you could recommend stuff to me because I feel like I'm so behind on manga. Just don't recommend like super big series like I don't know Jujutsu no Kaisen or like not none of the big ones. Just like like not super popular ones, but stuff that you've read because I feel like you read a lot, and I really like I've not read a manga since I even forget what I've last read, but
Mm.
I feel like you know a lot of stuff that I've like, even like Blood on the Tracks, those kinds of things.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah, yeah, yeah. I got it.
don't ever
Okay,
even
okay.
heard of those, so I feel like that would be a good thing. So I will message you about that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sure.
Fruits Basket. Oh, I watched.
It
I
was
remember
also an
watching the
era.
original TV show back then. I haven't watched in full the new like the
Yeah, 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 yeah. I also haven't.
but that was such a time. Fruits
It was
Basket. I
kind of
was also
jarring at first, though. I'm like, this is too crisp. The animation is too crisp
and
for this.
the aspect ratio. Why is it
Yeah.
horizontal instead of the 4:3?
Oh
I
no.
remember I
Yeah,
did
definitely not. Mm.
when when was it? Like I think around like 5 years ago or like 6 years ago. I did a rewatch of Fushigi Yugi for some rant. I don't know why. Maybe I saw like I heard the theme song or something, and then I was like, I remember I love this I love this show when I was young. I'm like, I'm gonna
I
watch it now.
know.
Girl, I'm so annoyed at
At
I'm
ano,
so annoyed at Tamahome, and what's the girl's name? Miyaka?
Miyaka.
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 I was so annoyed at both of them. Like I was like Team Julie. I'm like, let's go
So you
to the
were also
planet.
not team Emperor, what's his name?
Ah, yeah, yeah,
The good looking one
the
as
other
well.
love triangle
Yeah, yeah,
guy.
yeah, yeah.
I forgot. I
'Cause
forgot.
they just keep screaming like Tamahome, Miyaka. Like
Yeah, yeah. And then, but that Tamahome and Miyaka, they had so many scenes where like, they were like just calling each other, and I'm like,
yeah.
that's the whole episode. I was so
Oh my
frustrated.
gosh.
But I remember I really enjoyed the concept because they went into a book
Different
and they
worlds. Yeah, 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 yeah.
it's like an isekai back when isekai wasn't like
Yeah,
super
yeah, yeah,
popular.
yeah.
They went into the world and then she had to discover
And I
the
think
different zodiac. Is it zodiac? It is like is it no?
it is. It is. I
Is it or was that that's Fruits Basket? I think. But it's like
a different lore, I think. A different
yeah, but then
what do you
there's
call
like a guy with the fire, a guy
it?
with
Yeah, yeah,
the.
yeah, yeah.
Remember, like my favorite was the guy with the
Chiri?
fire.
Chichiri?
No,
Chichiri?
that's the guy with the like the lines for eyes. The
They
one with
have
the long hair.
Shigiyugi in
Oh
is
my gosh,
this
for
one
Shiyugi is
I
just
said?
it was a time in my life. But I
No,
mean
I
the
think
intro still slaps.
yeah.
Um but I hated them. The
I think it
guy
was
that
also it resonated because like we were also in school. So like
yeah,
it's more like how when will I go inside a book and
I
meet
know.
a random man.
What was this for? Oh, okay, for reading Boys Run Right.
Oh
I
my
just got
gosh, it's 1995. Girl, it's on the website I sent you. It's 52
okay.
episodes long.
No. I already did my rewatch 5 years ago. I think I'm good.
I have it.
JJK30.
I have it. Oh my gosh.
There's really just something about the old animes. That's like there's something about them that's just so they're so good but also so bad.
Yeah, I know. Like they're so addicting.
I
Like
my partner was recently rewatching Slam Dunk, and Slam Dunk is like it's really good, like especially
it's so
the
slow.
like the art style and everything. Like if you look at the manga, it's like it's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like, a lot of my artist friends like Slam Dunk is like holy grail for them. But when you watch the anime, you're like and it's like
Yeah, yeah,
flashback.
yeah. It's so slow.
And then I think I got so used to like the current sports anime, like for example Haikyuu, where the animation is like so good. They show you everything. It looks so real. Like you get invested, but then in there, like literally when they're dribbling, they're like it's a still
Yeah,
image
yeah,
and doing it like this. It's so it's so
yeah.
funny to watch. But also the non-manga things I'm reading are Blood Mark.
Ooh.
Ooh, I like that. I read that last year, I think. When Among Crows, Veronica Roth. I started reading that, but my hold got expired, so I didn't finish it. But it's a short book. I think it's like 150 or something like that pages. And I think it has to do with like the was it Slavic folktale? Like they had the Baba Yaga and things like that. So interesting. But Bloodmark I really like. I'm so excited for her new book, Oathbound. I think it's January next year. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. We're
We're
just
just
like
blabbering,
yeah, nothing really productive in our chats. Just reminiscing old animes and mangas. Even
revealing our ages.
yes, aging ourselves completely. I love the characters in Fruit Basket. I'm a solid. Is it Kyo, the cat guy? The guy that turns into a cat.
Is it the gray cat?
No, no, no,
Wait,
no, no.
the
Wait,
orange cat?
the orange cat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I forgot his name, but that he was my favorite. I'm sensing a pattern here because I also like the guy with the orange hair with the fire in Fushigi Yugi. So maybe I have a type. Like I generally like fire. fire
Mm.
wielding characters. Like I like Zuko. I like what's his name? Full of Reka.
Mm. The one with the band-aid. Mm-hmm.
That was also like I was so disappointed that that was like canceled, essentially like canceled in terms of the anime. Oh
Aw.
no! Take some
Feel better
Milo
soon.
or like warm compress. Hopefully, you can feel better. Angry cat boy. Yeah, that pretty much sums him up. Angry cat boy. Whew. That was a flashback too.
I know.
So much more interesting than what I'm reading.
So what you're saying is,
Okay, so do you want to do our last reading sprint? Keep things going before we get super derailed by anime and manga. Hello, and
yes.
Etchi. I love your profile picture. Jade City.
Hi, Richie.
We're both representing Jade City in their profile picture. I love it. I want to read Jade City, but need to. I think I need to. Like, I can't just read the first book. I have to read the whole series. So I
Yeah.
think I should not for now. Okay, we're gonna just do our last sprint, so you can still get some reading done and catchy. If you're gonna read with us, let us know in the chat what you're gonna read, or if you're gonna do something else. Yes, you do need to read Fate City. You have to. It's
Yes.
required reading.
The whole even if you just read Jade City, we know you're gonna be obsessed with it. Like
Yeah,
we're not gonna say to read the whole series, but
you will.
yeah, definitely.
I like. I still have not found an urban fantasy type of series that has topped that for me. Ah, just woke up, so getting ready for my day. Oh, I hope you have a good day. I'm not sure what time is it for you, but are you gonna be doing some reading today? I think. Are you still doing? Oh, the full moon readathon is done. So, but I can't remember what you were reading because I think you posted something about that on Instagram earlier today or yesterday. But we're doing our last sprint now, and hopefully everyone does what they needed to do, be productive for the last 30 minutes. And I'll see you in half an hour. Happy reading or doing whatever. Hi, how was the last sprint?
Hello again.
My dog is staring at me.
Because it's like 1 hour past their feeding time.
Like, when are you gonna feed me?
Feed me human.
How was your reading sprint?
It was okay in terms of like progress because like I got the page 80 something, 86. Got the page 86. So that's very decent progress tonight.
You said
And I'm seeing the conflict now.
mm,
So
it's
I was
starting
right.
to pick up.
Yeah.
So are
How
you
about
still
you?
interested in reading it further tonight or no?
Not tonight, probably.
It's not that
Maybe
kind of
tomorrow. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
For me, I made it to page 156. So I'm almost done because I think it's only
Ooh.
10. So I'm definitely going to finish this later. We did get to read the rest of the letters from the grandmother, and that was kind of like that was the only interesting part. There was like a twist at the end that I felt like was a bit much. I mean, I guess it was put there to make the whole thing like bittersweet or very melancholic, but I feel like it was just too much. I don't know. I feel like I'm just like over it.
At least you're almost done, though.
Yeah, and then they were getting like scenes with this other guy, like, and she's starting to stand up for herself against the toxic ex boyfriend, and she's starting to do well in the things that she's doing. So the character growth is growing, but other than that, but I still don't like her. The way that she arrives at her conclusions are just so like it's so forced and it doesn't I don't know. I feel like it's definitely the writing where it's very oversimplified, and I feel like this is gonna sound bad, but I feel like the author thinks the readers are dumb in a way that the she writes it in such a super hand holding way. Like there was a scene where they're reading the letters, and it was the last letter that they had, and it ended on a cliffhanger. Like the letter, like something happened, and they wanted to find out. So like you could have just left it at that, but then she had to think in her head, oh, it's like when we were like watching a TV show and then it ends on a cliffhanger. Like you would feel very you would feel very devastated not knowing the ending. You would want to know the ending. I'm like, yes, we get it. You don't need to tell.
Obviously.
I don't know, like it just feels like very I feel like a child reading this, even though it's not
Mm.
obviously not marketed for like maybe teenagers perhaps. Maybe that's why. But I feel like even if I'm a teenager, I would be so annoyed at this kind of writing. Because I get it. I can like it's not even reading between the lines. It's like the logical conclusion or what. I don't know. I'm over it. And
I
it's
mean,
also
you'll soon be finished with it, so.
and I guess one fun fact about this book is that I read the author's like bio, and he teaches at the university that I went to for college. And I think she also studied there because the way that she describes the classes, the places, because she's
Hmm.
like in college, right? She's like doing internship as a teacher, but so when she goes to school, she describes like the coffee shop in front of the school, which is this like the same one that's in real life, in the coffee shop in front of our school. And then that there's like a village beside that coffee shop, and there is a village beside that coffee shop. And fun fact, that was where my partner used to live. I mean, they still have their place there. So I know like the area that they're talking
Yeah, yeah,
about.
yeah.
That was just the only thing. Like it's kind of like nostalgia for me in that sense, where
Mm.
I'm picturing my university and those days. And other than that,
Done with it.
I think my rating would probably be definitely
Two?
less than 3, probably a 2. Yeah, Yeah, if the grandmother letters weren't there, probably even lower, because that was quite interesting just because it's of a different time. Like the woes of the grandparents at the time were like a lot more magnified because of like the time that they were in. Like it was after the
Mm.
war, people were pressured to marry, the whole women's rights things. But other than that, I'm like, she also has a picture of her grandmother here. So I'm thinking, is this like based on a true story, or was she just like inspired by her grandmother? There's a picture of her grandmother at the back. But yeah, that is my book.
So you're gonna read it after the sprint, just to
Yeah,
finish up.
I'm just gonna get it over with.
Okay, okay.
It's a good thing I didn't buy this with my own money because I would be pissed. But I think there's this like weird feeling of, because this is Filipino literature, I feel bad rating it so
Mhm.
low. Like I feel like I'm already dreading having to do like an update to the vlog that I'm filming, where I'm like, guys, this is 2 stars or something, because I feel like
Okay.
I don't want
But
to
if
say
it's
that.
reality, like if
that
it's what you felt,
I think it's just like I'm in a bubble right now where I'm like, oh, Filipino literature
yeah,
is
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
and I want to promote Filipino literature. But then the reality is not everything. It's like
Yeah.
with any book, like it could be bad, it could be good, and there's that. I even tagged the author when I posted I'm reading this, so I'm just gonna hide this.
Well,
I'm not gonna. Well, I don't post my ratings and my stories anyway for this vlog, because I am filming the vlog, so it's not a spoiler. So but yeah, that is my. But maybe at least it made for a rant session, for a good rant session.
and a productive spin.
Yeah. Well, I did almost finish it, because I'm like I only have this much left.
Mm.
So definitely gonna finish that. How about everyone else? I hope everyone else had a much better time than I did when reading their books, and um, it was actually nice. Like we had a lot of people today, so we're kind of extra chatty today. But yeah, the next one is gonna be on the other Pam channel, Pam Shenanigans. So if you want more reading sprints, we try to do it weekly. Then make sure to follow us on Instagram, because that's where we usually like announce when we're doing things. But we usually like set up the stream like a day before. So just make sure to follow us or subscribe to our YouTube channel. Do you have anything that's upcoming for you in the YouTube space?
Booktube space, not so much. I still admittedly have footages left to edit,
I am
and
still waiting for your romance vlog.
I know. And I decided to not do a reading vlog for Akdang Pinoy just to ease up on the
Pressure.
pressure of like reading and doing vlogs.
Yeah.
But I think I will do a wrap up for Akdang Pinoy.
Ooh.
So yeah, I'll definitely post that on Instagram as well when the videos are out, if ever they will be.
Actually, you've been updating a lot on the short form content kind of thing. I feel like you did like short book reviews, and I see that.
Yeah, because I feel like that's more easy to do and
Yeah.
like well, not easy to film because like I keep on replaying anyway. But yeah, I think wrap
Lot
ups.
less pressure of
Yeah,
setting things up and just talking to the.
and it's just more recent thoughts. Like, okay, I
Yeah.
just finished reading this versus like doing wrap ups and I have to remember everything that I read.
I actually have like a crisis with wrap ups. Like, I'm not sure if I want to keep doing wrap ups, because it is fun having like a video with all your thoughts for the month. But sometimes it's weird when I have a video idea, but then I can't post. Like I wouldn't be able. Like I don't have
Ah,
enough. Like I haven't finished the video yet, so then I would have to post it after the wrap up. But then you would already know my thoughts in the wrap
yeah,
up,
yeah, yeah,
or
because of the wrap up.
I like hide, like I don't talk about it. But then it feels weird because then I'm not really wrapping up the entire month. Like, so I feel like at this point, I pretty much film every single book like most books I read, save for like 1 to 3 maybe books. So I'm like, do I still do wrap ups? I feel like it's not, like I don't know. Like I feel conflicted about wrap ups, and and it's a lot of pressure trying to say like
Mm.
a good review, like
Yeah, yeah,
concise
yeah.
synopsis. I even forgot to do the synopsis in my last wrap up. Like synopsis and stuff. I'm like, I should I just not do wrap ups? I know that Enkechi
Mm.
stopped doing wrap ups because of the exact same thing. Like she would be
Mm.
doing stuff for a video and
Blood.
it wouldn't line up towards the end of the month and it would be difficult. So I don't know. So maybe I'm conflicted. But I might finish the entire year just so I can have a full year of wrap ups.
Mm.
Then I'll probably decide then. But I'm conflicted about wrap up. I feel like I want to do more like in the moment reviews as well because I feel like that's when
Mm.
my thoughts are most
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah. Fresh. Yeah.
and I mean maybe it's a bit of like I wouldn't be able to think too much deeply, but at least like the feelings are there.
Yeah,
And I'm
exactly.
not a critic. I don't need to like talk too deeply about the books. I just have to like say my feelings.
Yeah.
So that is my dilemma that
Booktube
I'm
existential crisis.
yeah, existential crisis. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining us and hearing me rant from beginning to end. I hope we'll see you in the next reading sprints on Pam Shenanigan's channel. And yeah, that's it. Have a good
Thanks,
rest of your day.
everyone.
Yeah, bye. Come on, say goodbye already. Bye,
Bye,
everyone.
everyone.
Have a good rest of your day.